On record for the 8:15 review calendar. Good morning, sir. You're here for court. Are you Mr. Pineda? Come on up and have a seat. Good morning. Asked you to come in. We need a victim impact panel. Alcohol and Drug Information School. Do you have anything you can show us? And that's scheduled for this coming Saturday? What's the date of the date for your next July 10th? July 10th? Pardon? They say they would. You show the prosecutor whatever you have. Don't have anything for 8:15. Well, you did this last. How's life going for you otherwise? Since you're going to do that on the 10th is your next appearance, what I'm inclined to do is reset the matter to the 17th. That's our next court date after the 10th. Now, if you have on file everything, proof of that you've done everything you're supposed to do, you don't need to reappear. The best idea is to give us a call. Give us a call before the court date and verify that we have on file. Sometimes these agencies are real good about giving treatment, conducting classes and what have you, but not real good about filing reports with the court. It sounds like everything is doing well. The most important thing here is we want you to go about your driving career without any repeat of any alcohol related driving offenses. Okay. Any question at all? Signing an order resetting the matter to the 17th. That takes a little more time than doing it by hand. Mr. Pineda, Cortez, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. I want to thank you for appearing this morning. You look well. You look like everything is going okay. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care. And again, if you have on file proof that you've done what you need to do, you don't need to waste your time coming in to court. Good luck to you, and thank you for appearing. And you as well. Looks like docket number 3, stricken in compliance. Docket number 1 has not appeared. It's still fairly early. If there is non-appearance, the city have a motion. It's only 7 minutes after 8:15. However, usually if somebody's not here that's this early, that's if I issue a warrant, it'll be held, of course, until the end of the day, if she does reappear. So ordered. However, if she does appear before the end of the day, warrant will be recalled and the matter will be reset. If she appears while we're still in session, we can hear that matter now. Document number 3 is stricken. On record, call the matter of Yelm versus Ren Burnham, who's here, present with counsel. Mr. Ellington, moving party. I'll hear from you first.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thomas Ellington for the record with Ren Burnham today. Your Honor, we filed a domestic violence evaluation today with the court and the prosecutor's office. This eval was expedited by Lori Williams. She sets forth her credentials in her report itself. It's very thorough. She reviewed all of the criminal history, the DCH, the police reports, the victim statement. I've spoke with her about her credentials. I asked her about a CB and she included it in her report. She's got, I think, around 30 years experience doing this, well recognized in the community. She's done a lot of work for the federal government for ICE detainees as far as DV evals. And she's recommending a level 2 9-month program. Doesn't set forth exactly what that entails. Didn't have a chance to really talk to her about that since I just got this Friday afternoon. But Mr. Burnham agrees that he will do whatever that is. In her report, she does indicate, well, she doesn't say high level risk, but she says certainly there's a need for level 2 9-month. So I think it's kind of the middle of the road is my guess. And I don't know if that's going to be once a week or twice a week for a period of 9 months. I don't know if it'll graduate down to, start off at 2 or 3 times a week and then graduate, typically like we see maybe once every 2 weeks towards the end. I don't, but in any event, he's going to comply with the program. Mr. Burnham and I have talked about the absolute requirement. He's got absolute zero contact and full compliance with any protection orders in place, any understands that. He's had a long time to think about this. We're asking the court to reconsider the sentence today. And that's what.
Bradfield.
Your Honor, without knowing what the program entails, the city's somewhat hesitant to speak on these. Without knowing what the program entails and what the exact recommendation is, the city's hesitant to state with any certainty that the program is sufficient to address the concerns that Mr. Burnham's facing and reconsider the incarceration. City's position remains that I'd like to see Mr. Burnham fulfill his time. Mr. Burnham had made promises before that there would be absolutely no contact, and those promises were breached. The city has no reason to believe that the circumstances have changed.
Your Honor, if the court wants information, let's take a brief recess. I'm happy to call Lori Williams. You've got a direct line, and I'll ask her what the 9-month programs entail and perhaps give me a summary.
Unfortunately, I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell what's going to happen to the future. None of us can. A couple of things that I'm most interested in: community safety, of course, and the recent events up in Wenatchee and Leavenworth indicate just how far domestic disharmony can take things. A couple of things jump out at me. It's a very lengthy, comprehensive evaluation. I haven't had time to do more than scan it. A couple of things jumped out on me in the recommendations. Number one, Mr. Burnham marginally meets the criteria for placement, that he does meet the requirements. Mental health counseling, I'd like to know a little bit more about that. The last sentence in paragraph 3, Mr. Burnham's future success at remaining out of the legal system absolutely depends on Mr. Burnham's capacity to remain substance-free. Is anything being done? I'm not sure where he is. I know there is a history here, and I presume there is a court order somewhere for drug and alcohol eval and compliance with any treatment. There is a reference here to a relapse prevention program. Do we know anything about that?
Well, Your Honor, the last time we were here, the court said that the court was not concerned with the alcohol side of this so much as with the domestic violence side of this. And so I passed that on to Lori Williams, that we're asking for focus on the DV eval, but set forth whatever particular history you need to set forth. And so she addressed and talked with him about his alcohol issues and his alcohol past. She was satisfied that the DV treatment was appropriate at this point. She did not recommend alcohol treatment, but does stress the need that he maintain sobriety and no use of alcohol. And He does attend AA meetings, was attending AA meetings, and has sober support groups. And he's been sober support. He's been sober since September 19th. Was it, what's your date? September 18th, 2020. There you go. So long before he went into custody, he's got over a year of sobriety with AA support.
True, true indeed.
So the alcohol was addressed, with the assessment.
I did indicate that I was far more interested in the domestic violence component than I was in the alcohol component, but it looks like there's a little intertwinement here. My inclination is to reset the matter to July 3rd. I am inclined to release Mr. Burnham on very specific conditions. I'd like to know a little bit more about, and I'm going to order follow-up with any alcohol-related conditions, except, are there any imposed by any court at this time?
I'm not aware of any.
That's,
This
well,
court did not order it.
I'd like to know that. I would definitely like
Okay,
to know
I'll
that.
review the docket to see that, but I'm not aware. DOC, I don't know, if DOC closed its file, but he served his sentence in Superior
Yes.
Court. And I think DOC is probably deferring to this court to monitor for conditions. And I don't recall seeing anything in this court's dockets of alcohol treatment. But certainly I'll review that.
Well, that would be one of the recommendations. I may suggest I'm going to consider asking for a test, a urinalysis on some sort of regular basis to ensure that there is a compliance. That may be a condition. The most important condition is going to be 100% compliance with any no contact order. That is going to put a little bit of a burden. I've been doing this long enough to realize, and we all have, that there's accidental violations, coincidental contact. Any such contact in this case, given the history here, is going to create in me a presumption that that was engineered by the parties. I've seen that happen both ways. We all have in these types of cases. I'll want to know where Mr. Burnham is going to be living. I'll require that he have a current address, phone number, contact on file, and I'm going to reset compliance hearings on a fairly bi-monthly basis. I would like to know a little bit more about the alcohol component, what his plan is to ensure sobriety. I realize that, yeah, being in custody, I'm presuming that Mr. Burnham has not used any alcohol or non-prescribed drugs since he's been in custody. But I want to ensure that that continues if he's out of custody and has that available to him. With that in mind, unless there's any serious, I'm going to reset the matter to July 3rd. I do want to know more about the alcohol, what Mr. Burnham's plan is to ensure that he remains substance-free.
Is the court releasing him today?
Not today.
Okay.
My inclination too is I receive what I've asked for by July 3rd. My inclination would be to release him on those conditions then. There would be a substantial amount of remaining jail time, and Mr. Burnham will have the key to the jailhouse in his own pocket with respect to that. Any deviation from any of the conditions is going to result in a sanction. I do believe a simple notice of hearing. On the one hand, we have public safety. On the other hand, we have a rehabilitation of the individual. I'm of the opinion, and I think everybody knows this in the courtroom, that after a few days, jail doesn't serve any purpose at all except to ensure public safety. And that's, if I'm satisfied the public safety is going to be, those concerns are going to be met, we'll proceed. Again, I don't have any crystal ball and wish I did. Mr. Burnham, all I can say to you is this has been a long haul. the words your attorney read to me, presumably written by yourself, we're the first time I've heard from you any expression that this was on you. It would appear from the words you said that you are, if you meant those words, and not merely saying something that you thought I wanted to hear, if you meant those words, you're starting to get it. You're starting to get it. And I think the level 2 9-month DV program would be of assistance. But that'll be the order.
Thank you. What time is that on your?
8:30.
Yes, in person.
Yes. Yes. So ordered. And
Better have one other case, if we could put it on the record.
Sure.
Different case holder.
sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
We can clear the courtroom.
I guess I can ask. I have a,
Okay.
I'm meeting the client here this morning. I was wondering if I could call him. Or do the arrangements.
We can do it this morning.
Okay,
As long as you're here.
okay.
I don't know what the traffic's like, but I don't want to send you back north, though, only to come back here in the afternoon. And so
The court has other matters at night.
we are waiting for one in custody. We can take care of that, but we'll wait
Okay.
till your client shows
Well,
up. Where are you on the 1 o'clock calendar?
I think it's 1:30. It's part of the CARS,
Ah,
1 or 1:30 calendar.
that'd be one, I'm sure. Oh, okay. Jeremy
Yeah.
Carson.
Yeah.
That's 1 o'clock.
Okay, thanks. I'll let the clerk know. Okay, so.
Oh, for the 1 o'clock. Yes, Tom is going to come back in for the one for this, Mr. Karsten. No, I remember the case. That's page number 6. Page Back on record. Apparently we have an attorney on Zoom and we have an attorney in the courtroom. Mr. Ratfield, I'll defer to you for the order in which cases are called. Mr. Van Vechten, good morning.
First time back here.
Good morning. That would be bench or jury? Pardon? Jury. That would involve a transfer to Thurston County District Court. Will do. County's a little bulky on that. City asking for a readiness hearing here. Yeah, but, that would be here. That would be here. Yeah, that's sort of crossing the Rubicon or out of the frying pan into whatever metaphor you want to choose.
We have to deal with.
Pardon?
We have to deal with.
Or Judge Buckley, or that's yes, that's Judge Wilcox or Judge Wool. Set it for a. And we'll contact the district court. That involves a transfer. Not a readiness on July 3rd, 17th.
What time would that be?
That would be at 9. 3rd or 17th.
The third would be fine, and that would be.
That would be here. 3rd here. Any motions, I'll expect to be filed by that time. And I assume all discovery has been exchanged. That's it. By 3rd, 9 o'clock here. We'll be resetting the matter to July 3rd, signing an order to that effect at this time. Thanks. Full court sometimes is, there we go. Order's now been signed. Get a copy of that at the window and we'll see you back here on July 3rd. Mr. Cloud, thank you for appearing. Mr. Van Vechten, you take care. Have a good day. Well, the matter of as soon as bring him up. Ms. Galvin, we're going to call your matter now, so go ahead and have a seat if you would. Your attorney's apparently. Good morning, Mr. English. It looks like you're muted. Go ahead and unmute your matter. We'll call your case at this time.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. English. Ms. Galvin is in the courtroom and at the council table. I'll turn to the parties for the status of the matter.
Good morning, Your Honor. City is moving to dismiss without prejudice.
I hear no objection.
There's no objection.
That being the case, I see in no courts there is a order of dismissal. What now? We entered it an official. We did. Now we'll withdraw that. So Ms. Galvin, the case is being dismissed. The order indicates without prejudice. That means the city is free to refile the matter should they have further evidence or decide reconsider the matter. It's something that rarely, and I've never seen happen, I don't think, but that remains a possibility. Signing the order of dismissal at that time, there is a formal no contact order apparently entered by myself. That will be withdrawn at this time as well. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You're free to leave. If you want to get a copy of today's order, you can do that at the window outside the courtroom to your left. In any event, we'll be sending your attorney a copy of the order as well. Thank you for appearing, and good luck to you. Have a nice day. Mr. English, that concludes the matter.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. You take care. Have a good day. Nobody else online. We'll wait for Mr. Curtis, I guess. Go on custody to the in custody calendar. Mr. Haverco, good morning. I can see you. Can you hear me?
We can, Judge.
Hey, thank you. We'll address your matter now. Call the matter of Yelm versus Blake Deku.
Yeah, this is Mr. Deku. I've had an opportunity to discuss this case today. The matter comes on for an arraignment for a criminal trespass charge. I discussed the charge with them. I've discussed with him what his rights are pursuant to an arraignment, to be read the charge in open court, the maximums that could be imposed, his right to enter not guilty plea, remain silent, and all of his other constitutional rights. He understands those rights, and with those rights in mind, he'd like to waive arraignment and proceed with entering a plea of guilty. I've gone over with him a statement of defendant on plea of guilty, and I think we're ready to proceed.
Morning, sir. Is your full name Blake Paul Deku?
Yes, yes, it is.
Did I pronounce that right?
You did. Very, very nice job. Thank you.
For the record, I'm appointing Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. Do you disagree with anything that he just said?
No, he's been very good, very thorough.
Thank you. I am looking at the statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of criminal trespass, second degree.
I'd like to be guilty of that.
Any problem at all reading, understanding the English language?
No, I'm definitely pleading guilty though on it.
Right. Did you go over the plea process with?
I did, yeah, I absolutely went over it, and I decided I want to plead guilty.
Now, if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5.
That's fine. I just want to get this behind me.
Simply a sentencing which could be up to 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. This being a simple misdemeanor. You realize that?
I understand that. I understand the particulars and what it's possibly could be. I understand what it is though.
As to one count of criminal trespass, second degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on February 2nd, 2020. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Absolutely guilty.
You make that plea of your own free will.
As absolutely my own free will, my own volition. I plead guilty to that charge.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you?
Nobody's promised me anything. I plead guilty to that charge completely and by my own word. I plead guilty.
I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. Mr. Haverco, I've read the recommendation as to sentence. Anything you'd like to add?
Well, nothing, Ed, Your Honor. It was an amendment, from a gross misdemeanors, first degree down to second degree, and city was just wanting just credit for time served. And so just be 90 days in jail, credit for any time served, balance suspended. He's indigent, and so the city was not asking for any financial costs. So ask the court to follow it.
Mr. Deku, anything you'd like to tell me? You don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything about your situation.
No, I am indigent, and that is very true. What he said is completely 100% fact.
Mr. Deku, Mr. Haverco doesn't realize this. Maybe I tried to talk to you on Friday. You wouldn't leave your cell to talk to me.
I was sick, sir.
It was indicated to me that you were doing some pretty serious detoxing.
That's true.
The recommendation, 90 days in jail, credit for the 3 days you've been in, 87 suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble. Now, given this offense, I'm not going to order any drug treatment or evaluation. However, if you have gone through some detox, try to avoid that. I'm going to advise you to try and avoid that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put my best foot forward when I get out, and that's it. It's
an opportunity to leave that stuff behind.
right. Absolutely, that's exactly what I plan on doing.
Sidiku, I'm going to sign an order to that effect. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Unless you have some other hold on you, you'll be released on this charge today.
Okay.
Back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Take care.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think
you.
it's a different charge too.
No, that's all you have.
Ready for the record? Now on record for the pretrial matters, Mr. Haverko, I'm going to defer to you for the order in which any cases are called.
Thank you, Judge. Clarence Allen.
Clarence Allen. Mr. Allen, good morning. Come on up and have a seat.
So a matter comes on for a pretrial hearing on a theft charge, parties have reached an agreement. It's gonna enter a combination, sort of an Alford plea, in combination with the principles stated in re bar to criminal trespass in the second degree. We agree there's no facts that support a charge of criminal trespass, but it's a significant reduction, and not only a reduction, but he's highly motivated to avoid a theft conviction on his record. And so this is just a way of resolving it in a way that he believes is pretty favorable to his situation.
Good morning, sir. For the record, is your full name Clarence Matthew Allen? Mr. Allen, I've heard the statement of your attorney, and I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to an amended charge of criminal trespass, second degree. Simple misdemeanor with a maximum penalty of 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine, which I'd be free to impose regardless of what's recommended, if I saw fit to do so. And if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply the sentencing that I referred to. Did you go over the plea process with Mr. Haverko? And if you had any question about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal offense, was any question you had answered? Any questions you'd like to ask of me? That in mind, as to one count of criminal trespass, second degree, amended down from a theft third charge, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on May 4th, 2025. How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. And I will note for the record that the factual basis to this charge is cannot be met. However, pursuant to in re bar, I'm going to accept the plea as is allowed in that case. Recommendation is for suspended jail time and a $250 probation fee. Mr. Haverko, anything to add?
Nothing to add, Your Honor. Just ask for call, please.
So do you have anything to add? Mr. Allen, anything you'd like to tell me? You don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything about the case, your situation, now's the time. I'll follow the recommendation. 90 days in jail, all suspended for a year on the condition you simply have law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble, okay? If you have, your attorney indicated you have strong motivation to avoid a theft conviction. You've done that here, but it's up to you as to whether or not your future conduct continues to allow you to escape the consequences. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. I'll sign the judgment and sentence. Now, what I want you to do, Allen, is go to the window, get a copy of today's paperwork, review it carefully, and if you have any question about what it meant, anything that's in the paperwork, give Mr. Haverko a call, okay? All I can do is wish you the best of luck at this point. You take care. Thank you for your patience and have a great day. It works, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is Jeanette Gorton matter comes on for a couple of pretrial hearings on the 10 o'clock calendar. One for a suspended driving third degree charge, one for an unloaded pistol and vehicle. Parties have had time to kind of discuss this and the legalities of the charges and everything. So by way of consensus here, city's gonna move to dismiss the unloaded pistol and vehicle charge, and then since all that leaves is the suspended driving third degree charge, city will then amend that to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license with ID and $150 penalty, to which we would admit.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You disagree at all with anything Mr. Haverford just said? Do you disagree at all with anything that your attorney just said? I'm looking at the old court system, I'm presuming. Maybe I have to refresh.
She's asking if the court would allow her to do community service, on the fines, and I'll leave that up to your honor, but I know usually your honor wants to start out with the fine and we'll reconsider it later.
That's, I guess for the record, I ought to verify your Jeanette Gordon is your name. I'm signing an order of dismissal of the firearm charge. The statutes are a little confusing. It might be a good idea to review them or talk to Mr. Haverco about them to make sure you're in compliance. Public safety is the big deal there. With regard to the remaining matter, that's a civil infraction now, not a criminal offense. You admit it. I'll impose a fine. If you deny it, we can set it for a contested hearing. Do you admit that you didn't have a valid license on your person when you were cited on April 21st? I'll impose a $150 fine. Now, with regard to community service, I've had too many people try to do community service and come back to court and say, look, I'd rather just pay $20 a month on the thing. I'm not going to allow community service at this time. And that's kind of a problematic issue in this court anyway. We will set your payments at $25 a month. Hopefully that's something you can handle. If it simply isn't something you can handle, let us know and we'll see if we can't solve the problem. In any event, that concludes the matter. I've signed the necessary order, Ms. Gordon. What I want you to do is get a copy of today's paperwork at the window, review it. Any questions at all? Give Mr. Haverco a call. In any event, yes, if you can't at all make the obligations financially, let us know, okay? Good luck to you.
Kirsten Prairie. So this is Kirsten Prairie. Matter comes on before the court for pretrial hearing on a theft charge to which she's going to enter a straight plea. There's a plea statement in no courts.
Good morning, ma'am. For the record, is your full name Kirsten, middle initial A, Crary? I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of theft, third degree. Tells me you're 34 years of age. Any problem at all reading the plea form? If you had any questions about what it contained, was any question you had answered? If I accept the plea, you could be sentenced up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine, regardless of what's recommended. Maximum is 364. I'd be free to impose the maximum, regardless of what's recommended, if I saw fit to do so. And again, it's if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing that could be up to the maximum. With that in mind, as to one count of theft in the third degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on February 7th, 2025, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? To make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. City, have anything further? Mr. Haverko, with regard to sentencing, any? Ms. Crary, you have a right to tell me anything you wish. You don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything about the situation here, now's the time, okay? Follow the recommendation, 364, all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior and pay a probation monitoring fee of $250. We learn from our mistakes. I don't know what prompted this. That's your business, but if we don't learn from our mistakes, we're condemned to repeat them. So hopefully this has been at least a learning experience. Sign the necessary paperwork here in open court. Ms. Curry, again, what I want you to do is get a copy of the paperwork, review it carefully, and if you have any question at all about what is meant, give Mr. Haverko a call. It's important you understand. Any questions of me? Good luck to you. You take care of yourself. And the papers at the window to your left.
Julia?
Morning, ma'am. Ma'am, is your full name Julia Angelique Torres? Hey, I'll turn to your attorney for the status of the matter.
So, Your Honor, this matter comes on before the court for pretrial hearing on a driving license suspended in the first degree. Parties have reached a compromise. She's going to enter a straight plea to the amended charge of driving while license suspended in the second degree. And we're ready to proceed.
Good morning, ma'am. I am looking in O courts on the screen here. The statement of defendant on plea of guilty to an amended charge of driving while license suspended or revoked second degree. That's still a gross misdemeanor with a maximum penalty of 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine, which I'd be free to impose regardless of what's recommended if I saw fit to do so. Have you gone over the plea process with Mr. Haverko? And if you had any question at all about what it meant to plead guilty to a criminal offense, was any question you had answered? If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no witnesses, no appeal if things go against you, simply the sentencing of which I spoke. With that in mind, as to one count of driving while license suspended or revoked in the second degree within the city of Yelm on May 2nd, 2025, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the plea. Steve, do you have anything to add with regard to sentencing, Mr. Haverko?
Really no, income, and she is indigent. I'd ask the court to consider either waiving the financial obligations or lowering it. She did mention that maybe she might be able to would allow her to pay, $15. She's currently not working.
Ms. Torres, anything you'd like to tell me? Now's the time. You don't have to say anything. Do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated? Are you eligible to do that at this time, or are you going to? Right. I'm going to follow the recommendation as to sentence in part. That's and I'll remind you. You probably know that a conviction for first degree bears some pretty significant mandatory, non-waivable, et cetera, jail time. You are away from that now, but I can't guarantee you that you might run into a judge or a system somewhere where somebody wants to get muscular about it. I'm going to urge you to not drive until you get eligible to reinstate, and then go about doing that. 364, all suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior, and I'm not going to impose any fine at all. I want you to devote your resources towards traveling without driving and then reinstating your license when you are able to do so. Any questions of me? I'm going to sign in open court the judgment and sentence. I'll do so at this time. Ms. Torres, what I want you to do is get a copy of this at the window, review it carefully, and as I indicated a bit ago, give Mr. Havercole a call if you have any questions about what's contained in the paperwork. Good luck to you.
Good luck.
Ms. Torres, take care of yourself.
Cassandra? Next matter would be Cassandra Waddle Shoptaw, item number 12 on the 10 o'clock calendar. Matter comes on before the court for a pretrial hearing on a theft charge to which she's going to enter a plea, which is now court.
For the record, full name Cassandra Waddle Shoptaw. If I mispronounce that, I apologize. You disagree with anything Mr. Havercole just said? I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of theft, third degree. Plea form tells me you're 29 years of age. Any problem at all reading, understanding the plea form? And if you had any questions about what it meant to plead guilty, is your question answered? I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. I realize this gets repetitive, but I have to make sure that you understand this as well. No trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could be up to the maximum regardless of what's recommended. Rights in paragraph 5, gone. You don't have those anymore. They'll simply be a sentencing. Any question about anything I've just said? I'll then ask you as to one count of theft in the third degree alleged to have occurred on June 4th, 2024 within the city of Yelm. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. That's just part of the drill. Can't have people pleading guilty to something that they didn't do legally. So do you have anything to add to the recommended sentence? Mr. Havercole?
Nothing to add, Your Honor. I think she might want you to know what she's been driving.
Yeah, anything you want me to know, now's the time.
Yes.
Sometimes we have to be hit over the head with a 2x4 before we realize just how fragile this all is and how quickly it's gone. That's I'm glad you've gotten to that point. I'm going to follow the recommendation. 364, simply suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior and nothing else. There's a recommended probation fee of $250. Set your payments on that at $25 a month. That's the least of my concerns. If you have trouble making the fine payments, what I want you to do is let us know, and we could certainly deal with that. You have had a life-changing event here, and it sounds like things are changing, definitely for the good, and that's, at a very high price, but, I'm glad to see you're on the path you're now on. All I can do is, tell you to keep chin up and, keep on with life, and this will get to, recede into the background, as time goes by. And time does, heal wounds. I wish you the best of luck. And again, get a copy of today's paperwork at the window and, look it over carefully. And give Mr. Africo a call if you have any questions. Good luck to you. Take care.
Do we have Michael Scott here? I don't. Well, if we can go to 9:45, Mr. Tipton, it's on the 9:45 calendar. We just like to reset it.
If you were asking about Michael Scott, you're waiting for him? Yes, he did. He was scheduled and supposed to be here at, well, about 40 minutes ago, but, chances are, after everybody's done, I'll be issuing a warrant for his arrest, but, for the record, is Michael James Scott in the courtroom? He is not. So a warrant will more likely than not be issued before the end of the day. And this is,
This is Mr. Tipton. We'd like to, it was the previous FTA, paid the warrant fee.
take care. Thank
We'd
you.
like to, we just like to reset it for a pretrial.
Mr. Tipton,
He and I need some time to talk a little bit more outside of court.
oh, absolutely. So thank you for appearing. That's always a good thing. Any warrant outstanding will be, is quashed. And we'll reset the matter. How far out, Mr.
I
Havico?
just kind of work, just, you know.
In due course.
Is he
That'll
gonna-
be-
Is he gonna need to sign a notice?
July 31?
Oh.
No, I'll.
Oh.
I'm gonna issue don't need a matter set reset to July 31, 2025, 11 a.m. Mr. Tipton, you get a copy of the notice of hearing, at the window. Stay in touch with Mr. Havico and law-abiding behavior while the matter's pending.
All right. Yeah, just go pick up your paperwork at the county. Next matter would be on the 9:45 calendar, Brandon Sisma.
Sisma, good morning. Brandon Kenneth Sisma.
Looks like it's on for arraignment.
Full name Brandon Kenneth Sisma, for the record. I'm looking at a citation alleges that on or about May 14th, 2025, you committed the offenses of criminal trespass first degree, which is a gross misdemeanor with a maximum penalty of $364 and or a $5,000 fine. Also cited for disorderly conduct, simple misdemeanor. Maximum sentence would be 90 days and or a $1,000 fine if you're upon conviction. I'll appoint Mr. Everco, if I haven't already, to represent you in this matter. He's going to enter a plea in your behalf at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would stipulate the probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
resetting the matter to July 31st. Warrant will be quashed. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverko, and law-abiding behavior is a condition of release. Thank you for appearing. And you as well. Take care.
He's on the 11 o'clock.
Good morning, ma'am. Is your full name Lori Renee Sheldrew? Good morning, ma'am.
Matter comes on for a pretrial hearing for an old theft and criminal trespass first degree charge. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance. She has signed that. It's in O courts.
Ms. Sheldrew, I'm looking at a stipulated order of continuance with regard to a case dating back to November of 2019. Good to see you here today. Stipulated order of continuance is it's a contract between yourself and the city negotiated by Mr. Haverko on your behalf. Over the next 12 months, you can get this case dismissed if, principally, most importantly, stay out of trouble. Pay a probation fee of $250. And I'm not seeing any other conditions.
Yeah, just law-abiding behavior on it.
Just stay out of trouble. Now, if you violate the agreement and the city proves that, you've given up in return for the agreement, you've given up your rights to go to trial, have witnesses, have a jury if you want. If you violate upon proof, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would almost certainly result in a conviction for 2 pretty serious offenses. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. That's the conditions are simple here. Most importantly, stay out of trouble. That's what I want you to do is when you leave the courtroom, get a copy of today's paperwork at the window. Look it over carefully, and if you have any questions about anything that's in there, give Mr. Haverko a call. Ms. Sheldrew, all I can do at this point is wish you the best of luck, and you take care of yourself, and hopefully a year from now, we can simply look at the file, find you in full compliance, and dismiss the charge. Good luck to you.
Yeah.
Garrett, you're probably, sounds like you're signing, you're still.
Oh, yes, sir.
And then was rudely interrupted. And here is,
This is gonna be Terry Richards, and we're gonna put in a motion for a continuance in O courts in a second. I think ultimately we may have a resolution on this, but just asking for a little more time to A little more discussion time.
Sometimes that's absolutely necessary.
This is Terry Richards.
Yes. Terry Wayne Richards, I believe.
Yeah.
How far out would you like to go?
Just would like, and we got a waiver in there, just ordinary course, you know.
Defer to Madam Clerk. July 31st.
Sure.
10 a.m.
Yep.
Mr. Richards, resetting the matter to July 31st. I want you to get a copy of the order of reset at the window. Stay in touch with Mr. Everco, and conditions of release, of course, are law-abiding behavior. Don't drive unless licensed and insured. We'll see you back here at the end of July. And again, don't forget to get a copy of the order.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. You have a good day.
Okay, talk to you later.
Ah,
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Mr. Higgins.
Do I have a phone number for this guy?
There we go.
Good morning, Mr. Higgins. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning.
And I can hear you as well. How are you?
Doing all right.
Glad to hear it. Mr. Haverco is here in the courtroom on your behalf. I'll defer to him.
Well, yeah, it looks like last time he had FTA'd and, we're here today to, reset. Does your phone number still end in 9020 or does it end in 0868?
The 9020 that you'd called me on.
So 9020 is still good?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, I guess I would ask to reset, the matters in the ordinary course, and hopefully I'll be able to get a hold of him and figure out a resolution.
See, do you have any input? Mr. Higgins, you need to do a little better job of appearing in court and staying in touch with your attorney, okay?
Sorry about that. I was going through a eviction at the time. We'd gotten an eviction notice, and my girl's father was in the hospital at the same time. So
You need to let us know.
sorry.
At least let Mr. Haverco know so we can address the matter.
Yes, sir.
We're going to reset the matter to July 31st, 11 a.m. So stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. We're going to want you here in person, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Be here in person. We'll see you end of July. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Need you,
Bye.
assume we have a good mailing address.
The 16506.
16506. We do have that. We'll be sending you
Okay.
a notice of reset. You take care of yourself, and we'll see you at the end of next month.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. Take care.
You too.
That concludes the hearing. Mr. Higgins hasn't even blinked. I'm assuming that,
So this is on the 11 o'clock, Cassandra Short, item number 10, comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on the theft charge. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance, which has been placed in O courts.
morning, ma'am. Full name Cassandra, middle initial C, Short. Ms. Short, I am looking at an SOC stipulated order of continuance. Now, have you gone over this with Mr. Everco? You know what this is involved in? It's a contract called an SOC. Between yourself and the city, you're obligating yourself to mostly stay out of trouble. That's the most important thing you're obligating yourself to do here. And pay a probation monitoring fee of $250 over the period of the continuance, which is 12 months. Now, in return for your promise to abide by the conditions, the city's obligating themselves to dismiss this charge if you comply over the next 12 months. Now, if you violate the agreement, you've given up your rights to go to trial in return for this agreement. The city proves there is a violation. We'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and you know where that would leave us. Almost certainly with a conviction. Don't want to go there. Theft third is a crime of dishonesty. You want that dismissed. Any questions at all? If you want to, you're entitled to do that. No problem, no problem. That'll take care of that and you won't have to worry about it. Too many people wait until the 11th hour, the 11th hour and 55 minutes. So that's good to get that done with. Ready for any eventuality. Ms. Short, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. And as I've said a number of times, we don't learn from our mistakes. We all make them. We're condemned to repeat them. And it sounds like you've definitely learned from this. Ms. Short, best of luck to you. Get a copy of the agreement at the window and look it over. Give Mr. Everco, that's what he's here for, a call if there's any questions. You take care of yourself and thank you for appearing. I am going to try. That's you as well.
The 11 o'clock calendar, this is Amanda Franzak. Matter comes on for a pretrial hearing on criminal trespass second degree, to which she's going to enter a plea. The plea form has been placed into O courts.
Good morning, ma'am. For the record, is your full name Amanda Ray Florence Pronzak? Ms. Pronzak, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of, excuse me, criminal trespass second degree. That charge is a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine, which I'd be free to impose regardless of what's recommended. You realize it. Now, if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no witnesses, no objections, just simply a sentencing. Now, with that in mind, and I want to make sure you went over the process with Mr. Haverco. And did he answer any questions you might have had as to what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal offense? With that in mind, as to one count of criminal trespass, second degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on April 30th, 2025. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. So do you have anything further with regard to sentencing? Mr. Haverko?
I think that,
Ms. Franzak, you have a right to tell me anything you wish. You don't have to say anything, but anything you want me to know about the situation, now's the time. We all make mistakes, but we have to learn from them or we're gonna repeat them for sure. So I'm gonna follow the recommendation as to sentence all jail time suspended on the condition you simply have law-abiding behavior, pay a $250 probation monitoring fee, and by far the most important thing here is stay out of trouble. And that includes not going to places from which you've been trespassed. Sometimes it's hard to keep track. All I can do is wish you the best of luck. Now, I've signed the judgment and sentence in open court. What I want you to do is go to the window, get a copy of the paperwork, look it over, and if you have any questions at all, give Mr. Haverko a call and talk to him about it, okay? In the meantime, all I can do is wish you the best of luck. I want to thank you for appearing, and you take care of yourself. And you as well.
okay, that's not, that doesn't matter today. This is Mr. Maloney. He's got a couple of matters on the 11 o'clock calendar. And I think what we're just trying to do is he's not eligible to reinstate until November of 2026, which is a really long time, super long time. But we're asking for if the court would indulge a little bit lengthier reset, because I think what he's trying to do is trying to figure out if he can qualify for any kind of either probationary license or interlock license or right, contact DOL or to explore any options he has.
For the record, Shane Ryan Maloney?
Yeah.
City, have any objection to a set over? How far out would you like to go?
If the court would
Quite a
indulge-
while, it sounds.
Yeah, I mean,
Quite a while.
if we could do 90 days, yeah, but we did a long waiver.
September 25. Sure. Mr. Maloney, at the request of yourself and your attorney, we're going to reset the matter to September. Now, it's important in the meantime that you don't drive unless licensed and insured. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverko, all right? That's, you've got quite a little bit on the line here. It's real important that you not commit any further, get cited for any further offenses, I should say. Resetting the matter, 9:25, 11 a.m. That's out quite a ways, but it's at the request of yourself and your attorney. Oh, yeah, it's very important that, given the length of time, that you keep track of the matter and stay in touch with, Mr. Hammer. Sign the order. Mr. Maloney, I want you to get a copy of that at the window, and, we'll see you back here, in the fall. Take care.
Give me one second.
No. Supposedly he was going to, but then got the same level of cooperation that the constabulary got at an earlier date. I think he's going to appear by Zoom maybe, and with the hope that his client shows up at 1. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah, that's. Well, we'll,
25.
I'm not sure what I would have done had bail had not been posted. I reviewed the matter before I'd called the jail, and was kind of glad to hear that he bailed out.
So this is Tiffany Anderson, item number 1 on the 11 o'clock calendar. She's going to enter a plea, but as part of the stipulation, the city is going to move to delete or dismiss the domestic violence allegation. So it needs to be reflected as non-DV. That's all.
City does so. Okay. Okay. Good morning, ma'am. For the record, is your full name Tiffany Marie Anderson? Ms. Anderson, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of assault in the 4th degree, non-DV. Plea form tells me you've been through the 12th grade, you're 36 years of age. Any problem reading and understanding the English language? No. Have you gone over the plea form with Mr. Haverco? And if you had any question at all about what it meant to enter a plea to a criminal matter, was any question you had answered? Was Mr. Haverco able to answer any question you might have had? Assault in the 4th degree is a gross misdemeanor, maximum penalty, 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I accept the plea. I'd be free to impose that up to the maximum if I saw fit to do so, regardless of the recommendation. Also, it's important to realize that in pleading guilty, if I accept the plea, you've given up the rights contained in paragraph 5. No trial, no appeal, simply the sentencing. With that in mind, as to 1 count of assault, 4th degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on February 23rd, 2025, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. And your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. City, have anything to add with regard to sentencing? Mr. Haverko, anything to add?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
Ms. Anderson, anything you wish to tell me about the situation? Anything you want me to know? Now's the time. You don't have to say anything, but now's the time if you do. Hopefully, your situation has been resolved. Yeah. We all have disagreements. We all have get at odds with each other, whether you're in a relationship or not. It's the most important thing is, discuss things and don't let them devolve into the frustration that generates violence. We don't want that. I'm going to follow the recommendation, all 364 suspended for a year on the condition you simply have law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble, okay? I'm going to wish you the best of luck, and hopefully this has just been a learning experience. Ms. Anderson, thank you. What I want you to do is go to the window, get a copy of today's paperwork, look it over carefully, and if you have any questions, give Mr. Haverko a call. In the meantime, I wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. That's quite a jump. From a criminal offense, we're down to a simple infraction, no possibility of any jail time whatsoever. If you admit that you committed that infraction, that would be no valid operator's license on your person. I'll impose a $150 fine. You also, since it is an infraction, you have a right to request a contested hearing if you want. Do you admit or deny? We'll assess a $150 fine. Now, you have your license back. It's third degree. You're still working on reinstatement. I want to make that, I'm going to advise you to make that a hobby. Make sure you get your license reinstated. We live in a world where it's pretty much impossible to drive impossible to live without being able to drive from here to there. And I should have confirmed that your full name is Alani Elizabeth, last name Thomas. Ms. Thomas, I'm signing the order. You can pay that at the rate of $25 a month. Any issues at all making the fine payments, let us know. We can certainly deal with that. In the meantime, best of luck to you, and make reinstatement of your license when you're able to do that, to make that a priority, okay? No, it's hard to be dependent upon our friends and relatives to go from here to there, but no, we live in a mobile society, and that's the reality, and the buses and friends, taxis, etc. And we hate to utilize, we can run up a pretty big bill using Uber or Lyft to get from here to there. Good luck to you, man. Get a copy of the order at the window, and let us know if you can't make the payments. Okay, you take care of yourself.
Just for your honor's information, I was advised by the clerk that on the 11 o'clock calendar, Anthony Nelson, he called. He's having, and for him, I did not have a phone number, but apparently
He left the clerk a phone number. I'm gonna make note of that. He keeps trying to call, gets disconnected. He's having trouble, I guess, getting here. So since he did call, when the court calls that case, I'm just gonna ask the court to note the non-appearance and reset with notice on that one.
We'll call it now. Any objection from the city? In view of the fact that he called, let's just reset that, send him a notice.
Yeah. And then Melissa Olson, she did call and spoke with the clerk and advised she would be here around 11:35. So,
Well, we have some time then. Give it a try. I have somebody appearing. Phone number Eddie 4548. You're muted. If you'd unmute yourself and identify yourself for the record, we'll address your matter now.
Hello, my name is Anthony James Nelson, and I actually tried to download the Zoom meeting, but it wasn't going through on my phone.
Is this Anthony Nelson?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nelson, your attorney's in the courtroom. He hasn't had any way to contact with you. Any way to contact you? Apparently now their phone number has been given. It's the one on the screen I'm looking at, ending 4549 or 8, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
And you need to be here. We're going to reset the matter. Mr. Haverco needs to talk to you before we go on record. But you need to appear in person. You cannot appear by Zoom for your pretrial.
Oh. Yeah, I haven't even talked with the attorney about this situation at all. So my main thing is I've already done 33 days over in jail. Just recently, they actually dropped these other cases, and I had 33 days hanging from Yelm.
Mr. Nelson,
and,
that's something
from
you
the
have
north.
to talk to Mr. Haverco about, okay?
Is he currently in court?
He's here right now. And you were given his phone number when you were last in court.
No, I was not given any. I was only given the Thurston County, the Yelm County, and Edmonds court numbers. That's the only numbers that I received from the last time that I was
not
at.
going to issue a warrant for your arrest, but you need to be here at the next date, and that will be. Oh, have a nice day. With that, we're going to go off record. Back on record.
Give me a second, get to the right. Thank you.
And for the record, this is
This is Melissa Olson, Your Honor.
Melissa, middle initial E. Olson. Good morning, ma'am.
Okay. Couple. We need to set some dates. So what we've done, Your Honor, is we've placed a couple of documents into O courts. We've placed a speedy trial waiver. And then we've also placed into O courts a jury trial waiver. Ms. Olson and I have had discussions about, trial and advantages and disadvantages of a bench versus jury. And I believe she's concluded that it would be beneficial to her to waive jury and then try the case here in front of this court, Your Honor. And so we've done a waiver to give ourselves some flexibility as to dates.
I guess we'll need a schedule, probably set up for a readiness hearing and then a trial date.
Yeah.
Excuse me. How far would you like to go?
Do you have anything in your schedule? Yeah, we don't really have anything pressing in our schedule. So I don't know about the city.
We could go July 17th and 31st. Seventeenth for readiness, 31st for bench trial.
I don't think there's discovery issues. I believe discovery is complete. We don't anticipate, I believe, calling any witnesses other than possibly the defendant.
Any
Does the
discovery
city-
issues,
does-
any
I assume the
motion
city
issues?
doesn't have any witnesses other than the couple. Yeah. I think discovery is complete.
If there's any motions regarding evidence,
I don't think there's any
matters, that can
I don't think there's any motion.
bring that up before the 17th.
And the, no affirmative defenses. The defense is just going to be general denial.
Of course. Okay. Setting two court dates, Ms. Olson, July 17th, 11 o'clock, and then July 31st. And that'll probably be at noon, I'm guessing. We'll figure that out on the 17th. In the meantime, stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and I guess we'll see you back here on the 17th. I'm signing the order, setting the schedule. Ms. Olson, any questions?
Sign here. Yeah, just go. Yeah. You bet.
Ms. Olson, thank you for appearing. Don't forget to get the order. I guess now we can go to the no-shows. With regard to page 3, Destiny Wilson, council's been in touch. We've reset that matter to July 31st. And we'll note the non-appearance for the defendant for
Which
speedy
case-
trial
which-
purposes
Which
only.
case are we on, Judge?
That's private counsel,
Oh, okay.
private counsel. 9:45. Nicole Orvis did not appear. That's not in warrant status. She paid a fee to have the warrant quashed and does not appear. That's a waste of money if there ever was one.
Yeah,
Why did,
it makes like no sense.
I get that all the time in Tenino, let's see. Well, city moved to reissue, so ordered, 1,000 each, I guess. Next I have is Francis Paulson. Page 6, number 5.
I had a phone number, called it, it's no good.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so I've had no contact.
So ordered.
So on,
Erica Perkins.
on Erica Perkins, we've had contact in the past, and I spoke with her on May 21st, so it's a bit ago, almost a month ago, and she was gonna decide, she was gonna make a decision, and then, as part of just my routine, calling about a week prior to the court date, I called her, left a message to call me back to see what her decision was. She never called me back, so I have no idea why she's not.
Cash or bond, so ordered. Michael Scott, of interest earlier, did not appear as well. He's the one that somebody was here waiting for, and it,
Had a phone number, I got this weird message where it's like the number's not accepting calls. So
Yeah.
I sent a text, but I have no idea if the text is received.
I don't know how you arrange that. I've got the same thing, not accepting calls at this time.
Something like
That's
that.
it, yeah.
So I sent a text. I didn't get any message back in the system that said it's not received, but I don't know if it is.
Can't do any more than that. City, was 1,000 cash or bond, so ordered. Takes us to 11 o'clock. The first one I have is
On
Courtney.
11 o'clock, I'd spoken with Ms. Hebert, Courtney Hebert, and I was gonna place the police statement in Oak Courts if it wasn't already there today. And I haven't received any further contact from her as to why she wouldn't be here or anything, so I don't have any information, but
1,000 cash or bond, note the non-appearance, Ms. Hebert. Next one is Albert Phillips.
so my notes to myself were just, it's a pretty old FTA, and my notes to myself were just if they showed, to get his phone number and then reset, but
Yeah, he bonded out. That's it.
oh,
Huh.
Huh.
Why would you, okay. Wow. That's strange. He posted an out of custody bond. Wasn't arrested, just posted the bond to quash the warrant, I guess, get a court date and city moved to forfeit?
Yeah.
Okay, city moves to forfeit, so ordered with the necessary, notices. And, I guess 2,500 is, cash or bond reissue. I getting stuff today that just doesn't track. It's a. Ms. Thomas we dealt with. I think the last one I have is Jennifer.
Yeah, Jennifer,
Weston Haber.
Weston Haber. Let's see. My notes reflect, she and I had a conversation at one point. She has pending felony matters. Had she appeared, we were going to submit a new motion for continuance with the new speedy trial waiver. And then reset it. I think until her strategy changed, she was maybe wanting to deal with her felony matters before resolving the Yelm matter.
Which makes sense, yeah.
But I don't have any update as far as her non-appearance.
No, city. So ordered, 1,000 cash or bond. And that? Until 1 o'clock is that. Now on record for the 1 o'clock hearings, I know we have several private council matters on today's docket. We'll start with Joshua Frank Hoddingter. Sir, is that your full name?
It is Scott Johnson.
Scott Douglas Johnson.
And for the
Mr. Crow,
record,
good afternoon. Sir, you've got a couple of citations here. It's alleged that on June 1st, 2025, you committed the offense of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. Gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty upon conviction to be 364 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. Also cited for disorderly conduct, that's a simple misdemeanor, maximum penalty on conviction to be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. At this point, I'm going to turn to your attorney to enter a plea on your behalf. Mr. Crow?
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Dan Crow on behalf of Scott Johnson, who's seated to my left out of custody. We're going to enter a plea of not guilty today. We'll stipulate to probable cause for the purposes of today's hearing only. We will waive a formal reading of the charges against my client and of his rights. I have gone through those with him in detail. And just ask that this court leave the terms and conditions the same on his own personal recognizance with the standard restrictions and set a date for the next hearing.
How far out would you like to go? July 3rd, 17th, 31st?
If we could have about a month, so it sounds like the 17th would be about right.
17th would be great. So do you have any special conditions? I note there is a prior, but it's from quite a ways back. City's not asking for any special conditions. Don't drive unless licensed and insured. Don't drink and drive at all. Any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. Any questions at all? Resetting the matter to July 17th. That'll be at 9 o'clock in the morning. Signing today's order as we speak. Concludes the hearing. Mr. Crowe, as you know, you can get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Mr. Johnson, stay in touch with your attorney and we'll see you back here in July. Any questions? Take care and thank you for appearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I did see Mr. English. Mr. English, we'll take your matter now. Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name Olivia Cavins. Ms. Cavins, the citation alleges that on or about June 4th, 2025, you committed the offense of abandonment of a dependent person in the third degree. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. At this point, I'm going to turn to your attorney for the entry of a plea on your behalf.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr.
We would
English?
ask the court to enter a plea of not guilty. Thank you.
Stipulation to probable cause.
Yes.
Purposes of this hearing only.
Yes, for today.
Why wish any further advisement or rights?
Waive formal reading of rights and the charging information. Thank you.
Ms. Cavins, we're going to set the matter for a pretrial. We have July 3rd, 17th, or 31st. Nine AM, of course.
July 3rd. July 3rd, Your Honor.
That works for the city. That's what we'll do. July 3rd. Well, July 3rd, 9 AM. Signing the order resetting the matter. Conditions release, of course, are law-abiding behavior. Stay in touch with your attorney and be back here on July 3rd. Your attorney may well appear by way of Zoom, but you'll have to appear in person. Any questions? Any concerns?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Signed an order to that effect. And of course, as you know, you get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Ms. Cavins, thank you for appearing. You take care. We'll see you back here next month. Take care.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Elton? Well, as far as the rest of you are concerned, I'll call you up one at a time. But first I need to let you know of a couple of things. You're here for an arraignment, which is your first appearance after the issuance of a criminal citation to you. Mr. Haverco will represent you in these matters. And he will at least enter an appearance and a plea of not guilty for you today, which preserves your rights so we can set it for a pretrial conference. Purpose of that is to determine whether or not it's possible to resolve your case without having to go to trial. If it's not possible, you have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in the county where the offense was allegedly committed. If you have any questions about your rights, about what you're charged with, ask either myself or Mr. Haverco, who will be in the courtroom in a minute. I might indicate that I called the private counsel matters first. They are here and always, private counsel is always on the clock, and I don't want to keep anybody's attorney's fees any higher than they are. Is Melissa Baker in the courtroom? Melissa Baker? Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name Melissa Ann Baker. Ms. Baker, you were cited on June 2nd, 2025 for the offense of driving while license suspended, revoked, 3rd degree. City has a motion in this case, and this will apply to a number of people in the courtroom. DWS 3rd degree is a criminal offense. Upon conviction, that bears the possibility of up to 90 days in jail and up to a $1,000 fine. The city has amended the charge from a criminal offense to a civil infraction. The difference is this: for a civil infraction, and this would be no valid operator's license in the 2nd degree, there's no possibility of any jail time, fine only. If you admit that you didn't have a valid license when you were cited on June 2nd, I'll impose a $150 fine. If you deny that you committed that infraction, we can set the matter for a contested hearing, and that would be at a later date. Now, let me ask you this. Do you have any questions about anything I just said? That's a lot, real quick. I'll impose a $150 fine. Now, do you know what you need to do to get your license back? I'm going to suggest you make that a project in life. We live in a world where it's pretty hard to function unless you're able to drive. Ms. Baker, I'm signing an order setting the penalty at $150, which you can pay at $25 a month. I want you to go to the window and get a copy of today's order. Now, if making the payments becomes an impossibility for you, something you can't do, let us know. We can certainly deal with that. And also, I want you to devote as much of your resources as you can to getting your license reinstated. Any question at all? Good luck on reinstatement. And yes, the order is at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. How about Martin Barajas? Mr. Barajas, come up and have a seat next to Mr. Haverco, if you would. Full name, Martin Everardo Barajas. I'm able to mispronounce names quite readily. If somebody's name is mispronounced, let me know, okay? Hey, thank you, sir. Mr. Barajas, you also cited for driving a license suspended, revoked, 3rd degree. City is nodded in my direction, indicating that they are amending the charge from a criminal offense to a civil infraction. If you admit the infraction, the penalty be $150 payable at $25 a month. If you deny it, you can have the matter set for a contested hearing, and we can have that at a later date. Any questions about anything I just said? Do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated? It's usually unpaid. I've seen people work their way out underneath a huge amount of debt, and unless you get started, you won't get there. I'm signing an order resetting the matter. We're setting the fine at $150, $25 a month. What I want you to do is get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. And I'd make that a project in life, getting reinstated. Maybe a lot to plow through there, but if you get started, eventually you're gonna get there. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you for appearing. James Bittner is not here. How about Charles Buell? Is not here. I'm gonna mispronounce this for sure. First name starts with Z, and then it's Ernestine Butler. Did not appear in any event. How about Jeremy Karsten? Is Mr. Carson, I thought you were gonna have an attorney on your behalf. Pardon? He was here at 9 o'clock on another matter, but I thought he was did we get a notice of appearance from? No, we didn't. Okay. Come on up and have a seat. Are you Jeremy Grant Carson? Citation alleges that you committed the offense of obstructing law enforcement officer on June 12th, 2025. Go ahead and have a seat. Not knowing what that question might be, I don't know whether to say yes or no. And how do you prefer to be addressed as Jeremy? I'm directing the prosecutor. We're not going to get into that now. This is an arraignment. Any questions, motions, et cetera, they're always held at and addressed at a later hearing. So I guess the answer is no. You may not ask questions of or interrogate the prosecutor at this time. Pardon? No offer has been extended. Mr. Carson, enough. Sir, the number, sir, enough. Can I speak now? Do I have your permission to speak? You're what they call a number of different things. A sovereign citizen, I think, is one of them. That's been dealt with in the appellate courts on a number of occasions. The best description I've heard about the arguments that I've heard many times before is this: semi-literate gibberish. I'm not going to listen to it. I am going to find, based on the police reports, that there is no probable cause for the issuance of any citation in this jurisdiction. There's a probable cause for a number of possible offenses, but in other jurisdictions. I will sign an order dismissing the matter without prejudice. Without prejudice. Sir, would you leave the courtroom? Officer, would you remove Mr. Karsten from the courtroom? Go. We're done. Brenda Christensen. That is something that happens every once in a while. I won't go any further than that. How about Cody Davis? Full name Cody A. Davis. Mr. Davis, you were cited with driving a license suspended, revoked, third degree. City may have a motion in that case as well. By now, you probably know what the result is going to be. Mr. Davis, the charge is now the civil infraction of no valid operator's license. If you admit that, it's a $150 fine. Now, the important thing here to me is, do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? I don't know what the rules are I'm going to wish you the best of luck with that. In any event, it's 150 at 25 a month. Mr. Davis, good luck to you. Get a copy of today's order at the window. And if there's any problem making the payments, let us know, okay? And you as well. Mario Easley. Good afternoon, sir. First name, Mario, middle initial D, Easley. Mr. Easley, you also must be an echo in here. You were cited for driving while license suspended or revoked, third degree. Same simple misdemeanor. The city has nodded to me indicating that the charge is amended to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. As you probably know by now, if you admit that you committed that infraction, you didn't have a valid license when you were cited for driving, it's a $150 fine, but you do have a right to deny that you did committed any infraction and have the matter set for a contested hearing. Mr. Easley, is any question about anything I just said? Do you wish to admit or deny? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Okay. In this state? I do know this, it's a real headache if the problem originates in another state, and sometimes it just has to be dealt with in that other state. But you're underlying the question there as to impact, et cetera, et cetera. I don't have any answer to that I can give you.
DOL says that he's not licensed, but he's eligible. He's eligible for license. That's what it says.
Mr. Haverco looked up, you're eligible to get a license.
Yes.
Yes. He can get a Washington license. I can't speak for
Well,
Tennessee.
you can't have both. You can only have a license in one
What
state. So it's just that,
And I would think,
but he's not, his privilege is not suspended here. It says he's not licensed, but eligible.
could get one.
so you could get one.
Now, yeah, you are entitled to one license, and that license under, full faith and credit, that should be good in Tennessee unless that's hung up by whatever issue is remaining. If you paid all the fines, you think you're square and they just won't release their hold on it? Is that? Yeah. It sounds like a problem you're gonna have an attorney and you might have to get an attorney to go to bat for you back there. I'm guessing that. I don't know that for a fact. But Mr. Haverco said according to, he's able to access DOL on his computer. According to him, Mr. Easley can go get licensed here. And so he'll have a Washington license, and that should, as long as you're here anyway, resolve the problem here. If you're going back, you're gonna be back in Tennessee at some point, or part of the time, your problem back there might have to wait until you're back in Tennessee. But in any event, back to square one. If you admit it's 150, so ordered. 25 a month, and what I would do is first opportunity, go in and get licensed for Washington. That's Mr. Easley, I'm going to wish you the best of luck with that, especially dealing with Tennessee. I certainly don't envy you that. But copy of today's order you can get at the window outside the courtroom and to the left. And good luck. I mean that. Mr. Easley, take care. Mr. Easley, thank you for your help. Take care. John French does not appear. Randy Greasy is here. I'm sorry, I should know that by now. It's Miss Grice, I apologize. I know that. Brandy Lynn Grice. Ms. Grice, the citation alleges that on or about December 10th of 2022, theft in the third degree and criminal trespass first degree, each of those is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine for each offense. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
We're going to set a pretrial for July 31st, 10 a.m. Make sure Mr. Haverco has your contact information. Grace, that concludes the hearing. Again, get a copy of the order for today at the window. And again, stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. Take care and thank you. Julie Holbrook. Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name, Julie, middle initial A, Holbrook. Ms. Holbrook, citation alleges that on or about June 15th, 2025, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree, gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction, 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf, and he'll represent you in this matter as well.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Holbrook, pretrial set for July 31st, conditions of release, law-abiding behavior. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverko and then be back here for court.
Wait 1 second. You want copies of the orders today?
Ms. Holbrook, thank you. Joshua Hunninger. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Joshua Frank Hunninger. Citation alleges on or about June 3rd, 2025, you committed the offense of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. Gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You're also cited for carrying a concealed pistol without the necessary permit. Misdemeanor, maximum penalty, 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverko to enter a plea on your behalf. He'll represent you throughout the course of your matter, should you be indigent and require his services. Mr. Haverko?
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter not guilty, please. Your phone number.
July 31st will be the date of the pretrial.
So you want me to
Manager,
write that down?
conditions of release.
Yeah, you'll get paperwork.
Law-abiding behavior, don't drink and drive at all, don't drive unless licensed and insured. And should any officer ask you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. That's good. That's good. Yes, you promptly got that, and we do have proof on file that that's been taken care of. And that condition remains in effect until modified or changed.
Go see the clerk before you go, and she'll print up copies of today's orders. Yeah.
Mr. Hunter, thank you. That concludes the hearing. Get a copy of today's order. We'll see you back here at the end of July. Take care. Dennis LeBleu. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Dennis Wayne LeBleu. Citation is a familiar one here. Driving license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree. City does have a motion to amend the charge to the civil infraction of the no valid operator's license on your person. Any question about the amendment? And of course, you know, the next question is, do you admit or deny that your license was invalid when you were cited on June 13th? And I'll ask you the same thing. Do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated? I'd make that a project. As you already heard me say, we live in a world you pretty much have to be able to drive. LeBleu, I've signed an order setting the fine at $150. You can pay that at $25 a month. And again, I urge you to do what you can to get your license reinstated. That concludes the hearing, and you can get a copy of today's order at the window outside to the left. How about Michelle Lyle? Full name, Michelle Nicole Lyle. Ms. Lyle, the citation I have alleges that on or about June 4th, 2025, you committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree DV. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Also cited for malicious mischief, third degree. That's a simple misdemeanor with a maximum penalty of 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. Ms. Lyle, I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf. He'll represent you throughout the course of the matter should you be indigent and request his services. Mr. Haverco?
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. That'll be July 31st at 10 in the morning. Lyle, any?
Just give me a second. Sign on this tab.
The conditions to release earlier said, law abiding behavior, no contact with Alyssa Lyle. Stay in touch with your attorney and
Let's see. Second. Ms. Lyle was asking me if she needs to be able to get into her house. I don't see that a no contact order was issued, so it would appear that
condition of
she's-
release.
Yeah, so it would appear, can she go back to the house?
It's as a condition of release, there's to be no contact with Alyssa Lyle. Does she need an order of
Do you need
allowing her to go
back
and
the
collect
house?
personal effects or? I have no problem with that. It's important that the peace be kept, and it's typical, you may go to the residence once with a young police officer to retrieve your personal effects. Pardon? Yeah, my order is no contact. If it's, I don't know whose residence it is, whether it's a tenancy, it's an owned, but yes, if she's not there, if she's gone, say, moved to Oregon or something, and you're entitled to live there, you certainly can. Yeah, that's my order is simply no contact. And that's a condition of release, not a formal. So. I don't have any jurisdiction over her to order her to do or not do anything. That's it. Well, if you accept contact from her, you're abetting the violation. That's whatever it takes to avoid contact. So Lyle, I'm signing the order, and it does contain the pickup order in there.
It's whatever he's ordered. Yeah, it's whatever he's ordered. Yeah.
Ms. Lyle, I'm going to make this absolutely as clear as I can. This apparently appears to be kind of an ongoing problem. Now, I'm ordering you to have no contact with Alyssa Lyle, period. I don't want any games, any accidental meetings, period. If there's a dispute over who is entitled to have a house, that's not going to be resolved in this court. But I don't want games to be played, the constructive evictions, et cetera. Any violation of the order will result in the issuance of a warrant for your arrest and a pickup. I want the peace to be kept while the matter's pending. I've signed the order. So you can get a copy of that at the window. Nikki Madrid. Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name, Nikki Abby Madrid. Ms. Madrid, you were cited for driving a license suspended or revoked, third degree. I think the city may have a motion in your case, and does. The city is amending the charge to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. If you admit the infraction, you probably know this by now from the repetition. It's a $150 fine. If you deny it, you're entitled to have a contested hearing, and we can set that for a later date. Any question about anything I've said? What do you wish to do here? Admit, wait. I'll assess the $150 fine. You can pay it at $25 a month. And of course, my question is you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? I'd make that a project in life. Sometimes it's a lot easier to lose your license than it is to get it back, but unless you get started, never happen. Go ahead and get a copy of today's order at the window. Ms. Madrid, and good luck to you. Andrew McLeod, of course. Josh Novello, I do not see. Christina Oakes. Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name, Christina Hooray Oakes. Ms. Oakes, citation alleges in honor about June 11th, 2025. You committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree, domestic violence, gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction, 364 days in jail, and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverko to represent you in this matter, and he's going to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, as the court to enter not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending the pretrial, which we're going to set for July 31st at 11 o'clock. Any conditions of release earlier set remain in effect, law-abiding behavior, and no contact with Mr. Pelikai. Ms. Oakes, that concludes the hearing. Get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and see you back here in July. Good luck to you. Take care. Talon Powers. Good afternoon, sir. Full name, Talon Malik Powers. Did I pronounce that right? Citation alleges in honor about June 7th, 2025. You committed the offense of DWS 2nd degree, Again, gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction, 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverko to represent you in this matter. He'll enter a plea on your behalf.
Stipulated probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea. Yes, remember?
Mr. Powers, you already set for a pretrial in the same charge on July 17th. We'll reset this matter along with the conditions to release, law-abiding behavior. That includes don't drive unless licensed and insured. And if I need to see somebody get picked up for the same offense that they already have one pending. Please don't drive unless you're licensed and insured. Signing the order resetting to July 17th, 11 a.m. with your other case. Get a copy of that order at the window and stay in touch with Mr. Haverko, and we'll see you back here then, okay? Mr. Powers, thank you. You take care. Jacob Raymond Reynolds. Good afternoon, sir. You were cited with the criminal offense of driving a license suspended or revoked third degree, which I think the city is probably going to amend and does amend to no valid operator's license on your person. You're also cited for speeding. That's 2 infractions. And you know by now that the fine for no valid operator's license on your person is $150. And speeding, that remains to be said. But if you admit the violations, I'll impose a fine. You're also entitled to a contested hearing on each charge, each offense. Any questions about anything I just said, Mr. Reynolds? What do you want to do? Admit or deny? How about the speeding?
Oh, and
It's 150 on the, oh, well, and we'll set the speeding at 100. Now, you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated? Okay. I'd follow through with that, a financial responsibility thing. I'd follow through with that, get relicensed, and driving a car is probably one of the most dangerous things you're ever going to do. So be careful out there. Okay. Any questions, Mr. Reynolds?
no, sir.
You can get a copy of the today's order at the window, and if you can't make the payments, let us know and we'll deal with it, okay? Yeah, get relicensed and happy motoring from then on. That concludes the hearing. Get a copy of the order, and any questions, let us know. Take care of yourself.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Sarah Richards does not answer. Luke Smith does not answer. Porsche Thomas. Good afternoon, ma'am. Is your full name Porsche Deshay Thomas? Did I pronounce that right? Okay, Portia, I'm sorry. Citation alleges in honor about June 10th, you committed the offense of theft, third degree. It's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf. He'll represent you throughout the course of the matter, should you be indigent and request his services.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
This- Thomas, I've signed an order resetting the matter to July 31st. Again, you can get a copy of today's order at the window outside. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and of course, law-abiding behavior is any condition, the only condition of release. Any questions of me? Thank you for appearing. You can get a copy of the order. Ms. Thomas, thank you. Howard Ullman. Mr. Ullman, good afternoon. How are you? Go ahead and have a seat. Full name Howard Dion Ullman. Citation alleges in honor about June 3rd, 2025, you committed the offense of loitering in connection with drug-related activity. Gross misdemeanor. Upon conviction, maximum penalty would be 180 days and or a $1,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf, and he'll represent you today and throughout the course of the matter, should you be indigent and desire his services.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea. Yes, Your Honor. Please sit.
Gentlemen, that concludes the matter. Mr. Haverco's contact information is on the order you'll get. You can get a copy of that at the window before you leave. We'll see you back here July 31st. Yes. Today, this is just the arraignment where you plead guilty or not guilty. I don't accept pleas of guilty at this time. There's a lot of different things that can happen, ways of resolving matters. You need to talk to Mr. Haverco about that before we proceed further at all.
So
Okay?
you can call later. Yeah, get your paperwork. Yeah.
Talk to Mr. Haverco and
It'll be.
the date and time will be on the order. Don't forget to get a copy of it. Thank you, Mr. Ullman.
Are you here for court, ma'am, or do you have a speeding ticket? What's your name? Oh, that's Courtney Hebert from the 10 or 11 o'clock
Oh,
calendar.
golly. Okay. Ms. Hebert, come on up.
Oh, okay. Give me a second here.
What now? A warrant has been ordered. I think we may have to, how hard is it to cancel that? That's right, we already. Got our share of those shows. I heard that.
Well, Kurtz is frozen. Okay, we're ready on Ms. Hebert, if we're ready to go on the record.
Well, absolutely.
So, next matter is, Courtney Hebert, item number 3 on the 11 o'clock calendar. Matter comes on for pretrial hearing for assault, forgery, domestic violence, to which she's going to enter a plea to the charge. And there's a statement of defense on plea of guilty in O courts.
Good afternoon, ma'am. For the record, is your full name Courtney, middle initial J Hebert? Do you disagree at all with anything Mr. Haverco just said? I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of assault in the 4th degree. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. Maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'd be free to impose up to the maximum should I saw fit to do so, regardless of what's recommended. Now, the plea form tells me you're 44 years of age. Any problems under reading, understanding the plea process? Gone over the matter with Mr. Haverco? And did he answer any questions you might have about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal matter? If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. No trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which, as I indicated, could be up to the maximum. With that in mind, as to 1 count of theft, or excuse me, assault in the 4th degree, occurring within the city of Yelm on April 29, 2025. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? Do you make that of your own plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. Mr. Havico, with regard to sentencing,
That's a great recommendation, Your Honor. The city wasn't asking for any, jail time, just suspended time and, stay out of trouble.
250?
Yeah,
is
250.
recommended. City, have anything to add? Ms. Hebert, you have a right to tell me anything you want me to know or think I should know about the matter. Don't have to say anything, but now's the time. Sometimes it takes something like this to realize that alcohol is not the best friend in the world. And apparently your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of this, and it explains a lot. Sometimes things happen and we do things that when we're under the influence of a different substance that we ordinarily wouldn't do if we were in a clear mind. I'm going to follow the recommendation, all jail time 364 suspended on the simple condition of law-abiding behavior. Not going to order any treatment or alcohol evaluations or anything. It sounds like you've got that well in hand. And it sounds like maybe this was the best thing that ever happened to you. That's sometimes life is that way. We get hit over the head by the 2x4 and it wakes us up. Now, the least important thing, law-abiding behavior is the only condition of suspended jail time. As far as the fine is concerned, that's not a big deal as far as, to me. If you have trouble making the fine payments, let us know and we can certainly deal with that. Ms. Hebert, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. I'm signing off on the paperwork involved in this. Most importantly, the judgment and sentence. I want you to if the O Courts lets me, I don't know if this is important to you or not, but with the resolution of the matter, possession to have a firearm and be firearms is gone until it's restored. I don't know whether that's important to you or not. That's most people, it's just not important. Be that as it may, at this point, all I can do is wish you the best of luck and hope that things keep going just the way they are right now. That's it. Any questions at all? Good luck to you. Take care of yourself. Back on record for the 2:30 mitigation infraction calendar. Delana Marie Vachelle is in the courtroom, and
Yes,
Ms. Vachelle, you were cited for no valid operator's license with valid ID. Boy, that's a $559 ticket.
yeah.
You wish to contest that or mitigate that? It says contest it.
I want to say it because I have a driver's license.
What now?
I have a driver's license.
Well, let's see what the officer says. You can maybe still have a physical license, but it could be suspended. Let's see what the officer says. On the above listed date and time, I was traveling east on Yelm Avenue East with a gray Volkswagen Passat in front of me bearing Washington license plate CRT 9928. I ran the plate through Wassick and the vehicle returned with current registration, but the registered owner was not licensed but eligible. I ran the registered owner's driver's license number through Wassick NCIC to obtain a picture to confirm the person driving was a registered owner. I was able to get a DOL photo for the registered owner, and it was a match to the person driving the vehicle. I conducted a traffic stop on the vehicle, which came to a stop at Yelm Avenue East and 3rd Street East Southeast. I contacted the driver, who was later identified as Delana Vachelle, the registered owner of the vehicle. I returned to my vehicle and wrote Delana a notice of infraction for not having a valid operator's license with identification. I also verbally warned Delana for operating a motor vehicle without insurance. Delana had received a copy of the notice of infraction and was released at the scene. Signed Officer R. Armstrong, declaring under penalty of perjury that he's completed this in Yelm, Washington on the date above. The proceeding is true and correct. Entering my authorized user ID and password to authenticate it. So the officer is saying that he ran you through Department of Licensing, and the Department of Licensing said, yeah, the registered vehicle, but you weren't, the driver was eligible for a license, but didn't have one. Now you're telling me you did have a license?
Yes, I have this right. My license had been suspended for court fines or whatever. I went through, and worked out a thing through the court of Bonnie Lake where I paid the fines and, then they released my
Can I
license.
see your license? Yeah, it's like, I don't. Strange, yeah. The records are,
Say that, but right below it, it says that I have a license that's been issued on that date. But I've had the license since at least 2 years, or a year.
when was it suspended?
It was a couple years ago. I paid the reissue fee.
Pardon?
Does it say I owe a reissue fee?
A reissue fee, yes.
Like- Right, but I wouldn't have my license if I wouldn't have paid them the reissuance fee.
That's not the way Department of License looks at it. Yeah, you may have your physical license. They don't, when they suspend it, they don't come and take it away from you and rip it up. But to process that's a processing fee, I think.
But when I go in to get the license, I have to pay a fee for them to even take my picture. To be able to get my license back, which I paid. I've always paid what I'm supposed to get my license back.
And this was the last time you renewed it
Yes,
on August 19th, 2022.
yes.
And this is issued on the 19th of 2022. I'm not quite sure what to make of this. That doesn't make a lot of sense that they would,
And it hasn't, I've been pulled over since I've had that license and nobody's ever said anything until the officer here in Yelm said something. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it sounds like maybe somebody didn't make the right entry. Because if you cleared this up with department licensing on August 18th, and they reissued a license on the 19th, which is
Right.
what this says, I cannot find that you committed the infraction, but, so I'm gonna dismiss the ticket, but I'm gonna advise you to go into department licensing and tell them. It says, hey, what's the deal here?
right.
I
tried
paid and you renewed my license, I paid what I was asked to pay, and why am I still
Right.
eligible but unlicensed when you licensed me?
I tried to do that before I came to court, but all the appointment dates are out until July and August to get an appointment to go into the DOL.
Oh, boy.
So, but I did try, I'm going to, I'm still not leaving it at that. I'm just going and finding out what's going on.
I'm gonna dismiss the ticket, but here, let me give you your valid, invalid license. When I'm not sure and since I'm not sure, I'm not gonna tag you with anything here.
All right. Thank you very much.
But yeah, I would stay after DOL, Department of
Yeah.
Licensing, and get that straightened out,
I will. do that.
whatever it is.
That's crazy.
It's, well,
Somebody probably hit the wrong button or something, is the only thing I could think of.
failed to make an entry and I could guess, but to what end, to what avail? So,
Okay.
Ms. Michelle, I'm gonna wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself and,
You too.
happy motoring. But yeah, I'd just stay on DOL to get this figured out.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And you as well. That's sigh. What a day. Back on record for the no shows, starting with the amended calendar, page 1. James Bittner did not appear, reset with notice based on the note in the file. And yes, go ahead and docket the remaining charges. And we'll reset them at some point here. Charles Buell, fifth, third degree, probable cause was previously found when I released him from custody, 1,000 cash or bond. And of course, the Butler case, 5 and 6, reset with notice. That brings us to docket number 9, Brenda Lee Christensen, given the note and file, reset with notice. Note the non-appearance for speedy trial purposes, but no warrant. Comes up to number 12, John French, amend DWS third to Noval 2, an FTA. I should have remembered how to pronounce Miss Grace's name after. I'll try to remember that for the future times. The number 22, Andrew McLeod. That's, I thought about just keeping him, but 1,000 cash or bond. Probable cause previously found. And Mr. Novello, well, 1,000 cash or bond. We don't know whether he was committed. No, nothing. And that Sarah Richards would be the next one. Docket number 28, amend DOS third to Noval 2 and FTA it. And then FTA the docket number 29, the insurance ticket. Again, Luke Smith, apparently in jail, which is why he wasn't here. Reset with notice. And that Victor Valdez is the last one. I do find probable cause for the issuance to him of a third citation, 1,000 cash or bond. And that is